Hello, hello. I'm being attacked by books. Okay. So good morning. Welcome to Sunday Morning Sprints. Yes, you heard that right. I am getting attacked by books because I have a pile of some books in my chair here that I need to clear out because if you notice my little spot down here, we're shifting the library again because I am weeding through the books one more time. So I have my list of books that I will not touch because those are ones that Kelly and I have in common. So they could potentially go for the 100 pages book club. But the rest of them are fair game, except for the newer purchased ones, which are down there. So I haven't gotten that far yet. But like the older ones are free game because I can't keep everything. And I know that there are a couple that I have no interest in anymore, so and or I've already read them and won't reread them. So we're going to add them to Pango. I added 22 books to Pango yesterday, and we'll see how many more I can add today. But I also have a few other things to do. I need to clean up the library once the shelving shift is done. And then I need to film some videos. And I do have my books for reading. I am currently trying to finish Heroes Kill Everyone. And I need to catch up on Pride and Prejudice. So that is what I'm doing. I think that's it. I could be wrong. There's probably more that's there could be more, but that's nor here or there. So that's what I'm going to be getting up to. We'll see how much I get done. I'll make my little to-do list. We have this Spirit City app up and ready to go. She's currently experimenting in the greenhouse with a little cute cow. It's Easter. So if you celebrate, happy Easter. We did our little family Easter thing and we had breakfast. The kids were able to redeem tokens for Pokemon cards, and they've got new Peeps. We got the frosted strawberry Pop-Tart Peeps. They're quite delicious. I don't eat marshmallow a lot, but I did want to try. I wanted to try at least one. I like the ones that are dipped in chocolate on the bottom. Those are mine. Those are my favorite. So let's see who all is here. I can see the comments are jumping already. And it looks like we have a lot of highs, but let's scroll back up to the top. Molly is here. Hello, Molly. Ren is here. Hello, everyone. And happy Easter to those who celebrate. Yes, happy Easter. I'm panicking a little bit because today is the 5th. My daughter's birthday is on the 9th. So, we call it a family get together because that's generally who all just comes. And so I have to plan for that, like food and what time we want it to start, that kind of thing. We typically do it in the early afternoon, and then she'll help pick out the food. So I need to figure out what kind of cake and if we're having hamburgers and hot dogs, or just hamburgers, or just hot dogs, or if we're having something else. We'll get it all figured out. Molly says, thanks, you too. Ren says, finishing off the last chapter of Weaving Shawl today, thinking it'll be a 4.5 star. Ooh, very nice. Jen is here. Hi, Alicia. Don't tell Jesse, but I'm not done with Assassin's Blade, so I'm trying to finish it this morning. I have about 50 or so pages left, working through laundry during the chatty bit. You totally got this. If you only have 50 or so pages left, then you got this. You'll definitely be able to finish it, and your secret is safe with me. You guys are further along than me because I haven't been able to start anything yet. I don't know why, but I am struggling to read anything like without the 100 pages book club sprints. I would probably not even be reading Pride and Prejudice, to be honest. So I don't know why I am slumping hard. I don't know if it's just because of everything going on or what, but like I'm finding a hard time to pick up anything. So I don't know what I'm going to do. That's why I'm hoping that these will probably be more productivity than anything else, but I would like to read at some point. I hate that I'm not reading, but at the same time, I can't pick up a book unless prompted, like Pride and Prejudice. So I don't know. I have a lot that I would like to read, and I have a lot that I need to read. I just can't be bothered to pick it up, or don't want to pick it up, or I don't know. I don't know. Help! Send help! Um, Nadim says, "Hello, everybody. Good morning." Good morning, Nadim. Uh, Ren, then I'll be starting Heir of Fire by Sarah J. Maas. Ooh. That's the next one that they're reading, right? Like, if they haven't started that one. If you're following along with the read along. Ashley says, "Hello, everyone. Happy Easter to those who celebrate." Yes, yes. Happy Easter. Swank says, "Howdy, everybody. Happy Deep Dish Pizza Day. Happy Caramel Day. And happy Read a Roadmap Day." What a very interesting. So you can pick up a deep dish pizza, you can have a caramel, and you can do that while you're reading your roadmap. That sounds like a good time, right? And of course, my Google search thing says Easter. So happy Easter. Jen says also, "Hi, chat. Happy Easter to all who celebrate." Yes. Ooh, deep dish pizza sounds good. Yes, it does. I had some pizza yesterday. We had I think they call it the Howie Maui, but it's basically Hawaiian pizza that has ham and pineapple, but they also add bacon bits, and it's delicious. It's my new favorite thing because I've had it like 3 weeks in a row. Ren says, "Hey to Molly." Nadim says, "Hope you have a blessed Easter." Thank you. You as well if you celebrate. Ren says, "Hey to Jen." Hey Swank. Hey Nadim. Nadim says, "Hey to Ren." Ren says, "Hey to Ashley." Molly says, "Swank just made me hungry." I'm good. I would be hungry, but I just had breakfast. So I do have my coffee though. And I did grab one of my PB&J snacks for later in the sprints. I love the PB&J. Those are so good. Molly says, "Hi Ashley, happy Easter." Molly, the best peeps are the plain ones you buy and then you dip them in dark or semi-sweet chocolate, let them dry, and consume bunches. Do you dip the whole thing in chocolate or just like the very bottom? Because that's the ones I have. I have the ones where they like dipped the very bottom. It's like a little chick shape instead of the bunnies, and then they dip it in milk chocolate or something. Mine are strawberry flavored. And then we bought like regular marshmallow peeps. Swank says hi to Ren. Ashley says hi, Ren and Molly. Molly says, going to read something, not sure what yet. Do you have options? If so, let us know. Maybe we can help you choose. Ashley says hi to Jen and Swank. Swank says, oh, Molly, you made me hungry. What? Making each other hungry. Swank says hi to Ashley. Ashley, I'm reading The Underground Railroad today. Ooh. Hopefully you are enjoying it. Ashley, Molly, did you finish all of your books for Here Kid? Ooh, good question. Alicia, put your family event details on a spinner wheel. Sounds like you have analysis paralysis. I'm thinking that's what it is. Because this past week I have not been able to do much without a spinner wheel. I had, let's see, how many, don't judge me, but this is how bad it was. My kitchen, I needed to wipe down the counters and then the dishes. So far, I think I started Friday. I basically did 2 loads of dishes in the dishwasher on Friday. I did one yesterday, and I just did one this morning. So 4 in 4 days, 3 days. What? Am I the only one doing dishes? Probably. But I'm tired. And my brain is not braining. I think that's what it is. I don't know. But it's like I'm in a, I don't want to say I'm in a rut, but I kind of am. But yeah, I have not been able to do anything without a spinner wheel this week. So thankfully the family events are done for today, so I don't have to put those on the spinner wheel. But all of my tasks I will probably put on a spinner wheel. Jen says, we started Air Fire on Thursday, but it goes really fast. Oh, you guys are going to be done the series before I get halfway. Swank says, I must say I am hating P&P, Pride and Prejudice. Don't like most of the characters, nor the premise of the story. It's definitely an interesting read. It's not something that I myself would probably pick up and left to my own devices. And with the audiobook, I'm having to get acclimated to the language that they use. And sometimes I have to stop and look up words. So I'm impressed by that factor considering when this was first written. But at the same time, why? So we'll see. I haven't caught up on the first section, so I need to do that. I'll probably put that on my spinner wheel. Finish Pride and Prejudice. But yes, I agree. There are a lot of characters, and I'm not sure I like the premise of the story either, but we'll see. We'll see. Elena is here. Good morning. Reading Not Quite Dead Yet by Holly Jackson. That's another author I have to read. I think the one I have of hers is the Good Girl's Guide to Murder. Is that right? If that's right, that's the one I have. It has kind of like paper with string and on the cover. Elena says hello to Molly and the bottom. I wonder if it's like mine. I'll bring my package of Peeps in and I'll show you. Elena says hello to Ren. Molly, but do they still have the sugar? Yes. Yep. It's basically like they took the Peep, the little chicks, and then they've dipped the flat bottom part of the Peep in chocolate. I will show you. I will bring them in after the first sprint. Molly says, LOL swank. No choices because I'm reading ARCs, but I need to find ones that the downloads haven't expired. Ooh, gotcha. Yeah, those you'll have to get to, I guess. Downloads haven't expired. I need to go look at my NetGalley because I think there's still a couple that I need to review. Molly says, Ashley, yes, I'm done with Hirkid. Ooh, look at you. Swank says it's way too girly for me. Alicia, the audiobook helps. Yes, I am definitely listening to the audiobook for Pride and Prejudice because there's no way I would be able to read that with my eyeballs. Elena says yes. Possibly to the Holly Jackson book. Ashley says to Molly, I still have a few stragglers left to finish. I'm at 96% finished. With Hirkid? Ooh, you're so close. Molly says, and I finished Kelly's book called The Collector. I thought it was terrific. Fully recommend. Ooh. I will add that to my list of books to get. I am starting to compile a list and being very strategic about the ones that I want to get for birthday shopping. Because that's fast approaching if we keep going. Because we're already in April. My birthday's next month in May. Elena says hello to Swank and to Jen, and Swank says hola, Elena. That is all I see in the comments. Let's pull up our clock here. See, there's the little cow. I don't know why, but I am attracted to that little baby cow. It's the only one I want to use out of all the garden ones. It's the only one I want to use. Molly says Chirp has several versions of Pride and Prejudice on sale, audiobooks. How does Chirp work? Is it you have to pay a subscription like Audible, or you pay by the audiobook? I mean, I know you have to pay for audio books on Audible, but they like I get a credit for Audible each month, and that's how I get my title. So I only get one per month, which is fine for me because the way I do it is I go to my library first and get the audiobooks there. If they don't have it, then I go to Hoopla or Libby. And if they don't have it, then Audible is my last resort. Because those are the things that I have. So I don't know, is Chirp similar or is it different? Molly says congrats to Ashley. Ashley says the favorite of the new ones. She is adorable, and no matter what color she's in. This one I think is my favorite color. This one and then like the black and white one. And the autumn looking one where she's kind of orangey brown. Adorable. Elena says 157 and 41% into my book. Nice. Ashley, did you get all of the new spirits, Alicia? I did. I already have all of them. Here, I shows you. Actually, it would probably be easier if I just show you the spirit decks. I already got them all. So, the only one that I had a hard time getting was the Mushroot. He was the last one I got because I kept saying that I needed to be gardening, and when I switched from gardening to harvesting, that's when I was able to get him. But all the other ones were pretty easy to get. And I just went down the rows. And I think I got this one by mistake when I was trying to get Nomi, I think. There was one where I had confused it and I got him instead of one of the four here. So it was him and then the fairy. And then I got those too. So, but yeah, I have all of them. They're all adorable. Oh, keep trying to figure out how to exit out of it. Swink says, I got mine from the library. I actually had a book I needed. Nice. Chatter's Chateau. Hello, welcome in. I believe you are new here. If you have something that you would like us to call you rather than Chatter's Chateau, let us know. But they say, I enjoyed Pride and Prejudice. Did have to start over after pausing at 20% though. I'm reading Persuasion right now. Very nice. We are reading Pride and Prejudice for my book club, 100 Pages book club, where we read 100 pages a week. So that is why we're reading Pride and Prejudice. Chirp is by book. They also have Freebie Friday. Ooh, interesting. No subscription for Chirp. They have decent prices. I will have to check them out. Swank says, can we change the cow to a bunny or chick? There is no bunny. The closest I can get to a chick is one of the birds. So we can do that, but I don't think we have a bunny. The pig is really cute too. Well, let's look at the spirits. Maybe we can change and try a different spirit. Molly says, okay, the Story Eaters of Yam. Ooh, is that what you're going to read? All right, let's see. We have... You're right, Ashley. There is a dust bunny. And Jen says there's a dust bunny. Do we want the dust bunny? Because we have this one, which is the food one. Or we have this one. There's a ducky. Which one do you guys want to do? What is that? That's like a little hamster or something, right? See, I'm thinking this. This is the bird. We have all of his colors. The white bunny. This one? Oh, there is a little ducky. I forgot about him. That's the only color I have for him besides the galaxy, though. But you said white bunny. Let's see. Dust bunny. Yes, we found that one. There's the dust bunny. I forgot about those, to be honest. Molly says hi to Chateau. Ashley and a ducky. Yeah, I forgot about the little ducky. Ren says finished weaving shawl, and it was indeed 4.5 stars. Wow, you finished that quickly, Ren. What will you read now? Molly says since it is Easter, that's why chick or bunny. Fair enough. Swank says white bunny, so we're going to do that one. Do we want to stay in the garden? We can always switch from the garden if you don't want to stay outside. Swank, what to pick since you asked? I think she was saying the white bunny. Vanessa is here. Hi, Vanessa. Welcome in. Jen says, there you go. Molly, yay, Ren. Vanessa says, just popping in for a few minutes before This Week in Indies. Post the link if you desire. We can check it out. Ren says next is Heir of Fire. Garden is good for the egg hunt. Ooh, that's true. You know, they should do they do like a Christmas overlay and a Halloween outfit one. Why don't they do Easter? They should do all of the holidays. All right, so we'll stay in the garden. And Swing says, "Hi, Vanessa. Are we good with this color for the bunny?" I can't do any of the others yet, but so it'll have to be that one. Was there any other that were kind of like Easter-like? You should do that one, the pirate bird for morning time pirates. All right, so we'll do the little dust bunny. He's going to be sitting over here playing and reading a book while I experiment. Vanessa says, here's this week's in Indies link. Today's topic is what is magic? Ooh. Vanessa says hi to Swank and hi Molly. And Molly Dot came in. Hello. Let us know what you're reading or working on. You're just in time. We're getting ready to go to our first sprint. Vanessa says this week in Indies starts at the top of the hour. Gotcha. So at 12 o'clock. Molly says hi at Vanessa. Swank says hi to Molly Dot. And Vanessa says double Mollies. Yes, we now have a Molly and a Molly Dot. We have two Mollies. Just like we have two Vanessas that are spelled differently. We have Vanessa, who's saying hi to Molly Dot. And then there's Read with Dr. B. She's also named Vanessa. Molly says, I'm watching on YouTube, so I can only watch one at a time. Gotcha. Or maybe it's supposed to be TV. She's watching on TV, so she can only watch one at a time. Molly Dot says, I've been asking Chat GPT about linguistics. I should probably move on to something else soon. Ooh, what are we asking about linguistics? Molly says, yes, we're twinsies. All right, I have it set up. We'll do 3 45-minute sprints and 15-minute chatty bits. Molly Dot says hi to Swank, Vanessa, and Molly. And Molly says, yes, I meant TV. I got there. See? All right. We're right on schedule. About 30 minutes for the first chatty bit. So let's go into our first sprint. Let me start that so I don't forget, because I will. And we will start our first sprint. So happy sprinting. And I will see everyone back in 45 minutes. Oh, Molly Dot says, I've been asking about ways to classifying languages and some phonetics. Ooh, interesting. I hope it is giving you all the answers that you desire. All right, 45 minutes on the clock, and I will see everyone back here. Happy sprinting. that was our first sprint. How did everybody do? I put in the chat that my spinner wheel, I made it, I had like 4 or 5 things on there, and it gave me add books to Pango. So I added 10 books to Pango. I'm still debating on 2 of them because one of them I could still potentially use, and the other one I'm deciding if I want to still try to read it or not, or because it's been on my shelves for at least 6 years and I haven't read it. So it's kind of like a, do I want to still try to read this or not? We did level up, so let's do that. And we are now a 46. So, but I did add more books to Pango, so those are on there. Some of them they couldn't read the ISBN for some reason, so I had to like manually type them in. Otherwise, I would have had a lot more books inputted. So we'll see. I'll put that back on the spinner wheel and see if we get it again. If not, then I'll either film my April TBR video, read for the sprint, or continue shifting the bookshelves. So we'll see what happens. I checked on the kids. One is playing his tablet, and the other is on the PlayStation playing Astrobot. That is a very popular game with our family. I am the only one that I've been playing it, but everybody else is a lot farther than me. So I'm behind in terms of everybody else because my husband has already beat the game. My son and I are kind of on the same levels, and my daughter is like, "Ooh, I want to play." And now I think she was about the same level as me, like in the same roundabout levels, and now she's surpassed me. And she's like, "Look, I'm a sponge." And I'm like, "I don't know what that means." But apparently her character, instead of being like a little robot, he's now like a sponge character. I don't know. It's interesting. He gets different abilities, different levels. All right, so let's see where we left off in the comments. I believe Molly Dot was the last one here. That's the one I have starred. She was talking about using Chat GPT for linguistics, and I was asking her what for specifically. And she said that she is asking about ways of classifying languages and some phonetics. Very productive. And I said, good call on the Dust Bunny Swank, that I had forgotten all about them. We're talking in terms of the little spirit that we're using. So we're using a little Dust Bunny because it's Easter. Molly Dot says it was helpful, but then it was terrible at sorting them by language family. It kept getting things wrong. Oh no. That's no good. This is where I said my spinner wheel says that I start with adding books to Pango, which I worked on. Kat says, good morning and happy Easter, Alicia. Hello, everyone. I'm hanging out with my dad and hubby, relaxing, as you should. It is Sunday. It is relaxing day. I could be wrong, but I think someone is trying to come visit. Or I left my door open. We shall see momentarily. Could also be the cat. Jean is here. Good morning, Alicia. Good morning, Jean. I'm going to be working on my draft of my play. Very nice. I think I did leave the door open. And possibly a cat is trying to come in. We'll see. Tula is here. Hi, Alicia and Chet. Happy Sunday. Tula, I know you are sprinting. If you're still here, you can pop in the link for your sprints. Otherwise, I will do it momentarily so we can all sprint hop. And Sam is here. Howdy, y'all. Hi, Sam. How's it going, Sam? Have we done Easter festivities this year? Let us know how they went. if you did. Hello, Nina. Correct me if I'm wrong. I always get you and there's another one. It's a book nook, and one is Nina and one is Bella, I think. I need to bring my book with me. I have it all written down. I should use it. Bella. A book nook is Bella. If I'm reading Ren's comment correctly. Hello. I'm sorry I confuse you with others. I will get there. Bella says writing. She's writing. Vanessa, Go Indie Now is starting. Yes. Go watch if you haven't, or click it so you can watch it later. However, it sounds interesting because they're talking about magic in the writing. There's the link if you want to go watch. Ren says hey to Jean, Tula, Sam, Bella, and Vanessa. Ren says hey, Kat and Molly Dot. Ren says, oh, she's correcting her spelling of Vanessa. No worries. Swank says hi to Kat. Ren says made it to 6% in Air of Fire. I think I'm going to have to take allergy meds in the next sprint. My eye is itchy and I've got like a throbbing headache right around here. And that's usually where I can feel it here and here. Oh, darn that pollen. Bella says I wrote 250 words. Nice. Swank says, Jean, what type of play are you writing? Oh, yes, do tell us. Molly, I got 3 chapters read. I don't like it, but I will give it a bit more time. Oh. Do you have like a boundary? So when I read books, I give them the first 50 pages. If I can't get sucked in or at least go, okay, I want to read more, by that point, then it gets DNF'd and added to the Pengo pile. Do you have that kind of threshold or no? Molly Dot says, I've stopped asking Chat GPT about linguistics, but I'm still talking to it. We're creating a personal curriculum creator based on my interest. Ooh, that sounds like fun. Swank says, finished morning pages and started my daily self-help books. Nice. Productive. Molly, it's quite fun, isn't it, Molly Dot? Doing the Chat GPT. Jen says I got to page 402, 33 pages left. Laundry is progressing, slow and steady. Nice. Molly, I wish I had laundry machines at home. You don't have laundry machines at home? Do you have to go to a laundromat to do laundry? I remember, I think the only time we had that kind of situation was, I want to say Germany. We didn't have a laundry room in the apartment, but we did have it was a basement / storage area, and there was a laundry room in there. So my mom would go and do a load of laundry a day, just so she could stay on top of the laundry between us kids and then her and my father. But that was the only time, I think. I'm trying to think if we had laundry before Germany or if we went elsewhere. We might have. I don't remember Alaska, so I don't know if we had our own laundry room or not. I don't remember that much detail. Maryland, we always had our own. and when I moved down here. Yeah, I would say Germany's the only time that we really didn't have a laundry room. I couldn't imagine. Let me know how you do your laundry, Molly. Ashley, I got to 20% into the Underground Railroad. Nice. Jen is here. Hello, Alicia and friends. Hello, hello. What are you up to today, Jen? Molly Dot says it was very frustrating correcting the language families. It might correct one thing but drop another. I was using it without logging in, which means it can't use its best model. You have to sign in order to do that? I guess it remembers what you do, right? Sam says, no Easter things. Bean got his basket from my family the weekend before. We just read a book this morning and taking it slow. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with a relaxing Sunday. That's kind of the vibe here at my house, too. Like the kids, they're just kind of relaxing and playing their games. I think my husband went outside to do work. And we just do the normal, like, we did morning breakfast. We added in our Easter festivities before that and sprints. Sprints and laundry, most likely, the rest of the day. Because after I'm done here, I'll maybe work on my shows, or I may too go play my video games. Because my head is starting to pound. It hurts. I can feel it. Molly Dot says, but with a free account, you're limited to 10 questions using the good model in a period of time. And I didn't want to use mine up so as I need them for the curriculum creator. Gotcha. Ooh, excuse me. Swank says hello to Jen. Molly Dot says, it's fun, Molly. It's a little addictive too. It's so proud of me. Jen says, so sorry, Alicia. The pollen is killing me this spring too. I don't know what it is. Like, most of the time it doesn't bother me too much, but this year, like, even before the first day of spring, I had those yellow strands of pollen all over my driveway. My driveway was covered in it. My car is blue and it was starting to look green because of all the pollen on it. I have to spray my car off constantly, and then like my hands, you touch a car door or you just touch the door to come inside, and I feel like I have to wash my hands because it feels gritty, or like you could tell something's on my hands. I don't like it. So I've already started doing allergy meds for not only me, but my daughter, because she'll have the same issue. So far, I think she's okay today. But I might give her some anyway, just kind of let it build up in her system so she doesn't have issues during the week. And I'm going to start, I need to do mine too. It just feels like someone's trying to take a spoon to my eye. That's what it feels like right now. That's the best way I can describe it, as morbid as it is. It just feels like someone's trying to take a spoon and slowly dig in. Just like, come on. Molly says laundry's at mom's. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Swank says, Alicia, remember to use your clothespins? Oh, that's right. I should just sit here like this and pinch. Swank was saying if you use a clothespin and you pinch right here, doesn't matter what hand, you could use it here, or you can use your other hand. You pinch in between and you can actually alleviate the ooh, we're not ready. We're not ready for you. you can pinch and it'll make the pain go away. I'm going to do that as I go through the comments. Thank you, Swig, for the reminder. Molly says, yes, yes, GPT is very encouraging. It is. I have not used it, so I don't know. Molly says, I didn't know you lived in Germany. When was that? Gosh. It was when I was 3rd to 5th grade. So I'm trying to think. Early to mid 90s. We lived in Heidelberg, and my school was right across the street from our housing. So there's I believe, a military base around there, and that's where we were. But we often went to Offensheim. Oh, is that right? And Frankfurt. I know Frankfurt was another part of the. It's been a while. But I had a pen pal over there. Still do. We don't talk as much, but because we used to write letters back and forth, she would send 2 letters. It would be the same letter, but one would be in German and then the other one would be in English. And she would try to write it in a way so that she would write a sentence in German, and on the English version, she would write it, and then there would be a space underneath so that she could then write the German on one paper and English on the other. So it was her practicing her English, and then I would do the same and try to practice my German. And she would always say, well, you got this, but you missed this. And I'm like, oi. But as the years went on, we got less and less. And then it was kind of like all of the milestones happened. So, like, I got married, and then she got married, and then we moved around a bunch. And I think she moved a couple of times too. Not at the same time, but, once we get married, then it's kind of all about our spouses. So we kind of not really lost touch in that sense, but we don't write letters anymore. We'll send emails, or I think we're friends on Facebook. So we will occasionally, when I get on, I'll send a message and say, hey, how's it going? So, but yeah, I used to live in Germany. We came back early from Germany because I think we had like another year or so to live in Germany. But I forget who died. It was either my dad's brother or my dad's uncle. But either way, my grandmother was having a hard time adjusting, and she didn't want to be living in the house by herself. It might have been my uncle then. Maybe. I don't know. Somebody passed away. She didn't want to live in the house by herself. So somehow my dad was able to convey that to his superiors, and then they were saying, well, instead of going here, then just go back to the States. So then we moved back to the States. And then shortly thereafter, I think it was like late 90s, early like 2000s is when my dad was like, okay, I'm retiring, bye. So it was a strange time. Jen says, I plan to read and do laundry today. Not a bad way to spend the day. I mean, laundry is laundry, but we need clothes. But reading, just relax and read. Molly Dot says, I nearly used up my 10 good questions now. After that, I think I need to make a to-do list. I need to do that for the week, is make my list of things to do for the week. Jen says, hi to Swank. Molly Dot says, over the past few years, I've discovered various food allergies, and now that I've cut those out, my hay fever isn't bothering me. Of course, I also don't go outside much. Ooh. I don't know that I have any food allergies. I don't think I do. But I know that, like, pollen, ragweed, Dust. I hate dusting. I always have to wear a mask when I dust, otherwise I'll be sneezing my head off. Those are my allergies. My allergies are like pain in the butt allergies. And I don't go outside much either, so I don't blame you. Molly says Alicia Chat GPT is designed to be complimentary to, so you have to take some of what it says with a grain of salt. Oh. I don't know that I would want it to yell at me or anything. I don't know if I could trust Chat GPT. Molly says I've been to Frankfurt for a weekend. It was fun. And we've done a couple of different things. Like my parents always did like the Oktoberfest. So we would always go and participate in that. Us kids, we would just go and hang out, and parents would really be having all of the fun. Molly Dot, it's a great idea for the German and English, right? And we would always share stickers back and forth, and we would send photos of like family when we did the family photos and stuff like that. I'll have to see if I have a container somewhere that has all of our letters in it. I'll have to see if I can find it. It's one somewhere. It's either in here, it could be one of those containers up there, or it's in my closet. But I still have them, a lot of them. Molly Dot says my dad taught me about massaging at that point. It wasn't a lot of help to my headaches, but massaging helped psychologically because I was doing something for myself. That's what I've been doing. I've been kind of going like that, and then I kind of press down and hold for a few seconds. It somewhat goes away, and then I feel like it comes back, but I do have to take my allergy meds. Molly Dot says if you have an account, you can set it to be less encouraging. You're right not to trust it. I only knew I got the language families wrong because I have been learning some. Oh. I'm not gonna lie. I have a love-hate relationship with technology as it is. So I'm very skeptical on AI. And now that they want to do, have you guys seen those? They want to do the like robot teachers for all the students. No, I'm picturing either, and I said this the other day in someone else's, but I have this, either our future is going to go the way of the movie Idiocracy. If you've seen that, you'll know, or it'll go iRobot, and there was a third one. It was like a combination of like Idiocracy, iRobot, and I can't remember the third one. But I feel like we're going to go down one of those paths, and we're not going to like the outcome either way. I don't trust the AI. Because it messes up with the perception of reality. I look at some things and I can identify it as AI quickly because I would go, wild animal wouldn't do that. No. Or I look at it and I go, I don't know. And then I start looking for things that are out of place and I go, would they have that in that location? I don't know. We'll see what happens. Carissa is here. Hey, Carissa. What are you going to be reading or working on today? You're just in time. We're getting ready to go into our second sprint. And happy Easter if you celebrate. Molly says AI is still a baby technology. We can help it grow into something beneficial, but we people, so will we? This is very true. I know some people are all about it, and others are kind of like me, where it's like, my dad wants nothing to do with it. He's just like, what? Why? But he was born in the 50s, so he's very old school, old fashioned, I guess is the word, because he's just like, just do it this way, and you can be done. Wow, those comments jumped. Hold on. Here we go. Um, Molly Dot says, my plan with the linguistics generally is to copy and paste stuff it says, then gradually check it. The things that I'm finding it easier to understand than more reliable sources. Interesting. But I like that you're using it and then you double check it. I could probably do it that way if I used it. I'm still kind of old fashioned myself. I would rather look in a book and read it than. But I also don't really have a use for it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, like me personally, if I were to go into it, I don't know what I would use it for. So that's why I haven't used it yet. Christina is here saying, good morrow, Alicia. Hello, hello. Happy Easter if you guys celebrate. How are you doing this fine Sunday? And what are you going to be reading or working on today? Molly says also AI has many forms and some are quite reliable while others are not. That's also what I worry about too, because then you have to figure out which is reliable and which is not. Here is Christina with the PSA. Remember to hydrate, feed thyself, check the laundry, take meds, stretch, and show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring the bell so you hopefully get notified. Yes, please, and thank you. We love it when you do all of the things. Pearl is here. Hello, hello. I will be lurking. We are heading out for lunch in a bit, but I will leave you open for your watch hours. Thank you. Much appreciated. I hope you enjoy your lunch. Let us know what you're having if you can. Um I did check my watch hours yesterday and I was at 1,935 out of the 3,000 I need. So we are getting there. We are getting there. Carissa says, I need to do the same. I have so many books that I have lost interest in. Yes. That's why I have been adding them to Pango. I already added 22 yesterday, the day before, and I just added another 10. And so I'm slowly, you can see, like, there's my gap right here. And so there's like no books. I have to shift these over and then bring books up from the bottom shelf and then move the ones that you can't see. I have to move these books here down to the, shifting all of the things. So, but it takes time because I have to move all of the little knickknacks and Legos, and I really just need a display case bookshelf for all of the knickknacks. But we're definitely not there yet. Christina says hi to Carissa, and Carissa says hi to Christina. Pearl is saying all the hellos to Carissa, Molly, and Christina. Swank says morning, mama. Molly says either way, I think people should be informed about it as it is part of our lives now. Crazy to think that, I know. I mean, it's not crazy. We've seen it coming, but at the same time, like, I remember how I grew up, and now, like, my kids are growing up far different than how I grew up. I was just telling the kids this the other day because they were complaining about, oh, there's so many commercials and ads. And I was like, listen, when I was growing up and I was their age, commercials meant you went to the bathroom, you got a snack or a drink, and you were back before the show came back on. There was no let me fast forward through the commercials. The commercials were either that's how you picked out your birthday wish list if you were watching them and they were toys, or you used them to do all the things. And my kids were like, "What?" And I was like, "Yep. Think about that." And it's been 30 years since I was their age, roughly. Yep, because my youngest is about to be 7, and my oldest turns 9 this year. So yeah, a little over 30 years. Oh my god, my brain hurts now. They're getting older. Sam says we don't want anything to do with it. I think we need to be less reliant on technology as a society. I agree. Because, I mean, think about it too. Like, if technology goes out, we have no internet, no computers, then what? We have to think about what we did before we had internet and everything at the touch of a finger or a click of a button. And then what happens if electricity goes? Then we have to rely on what we know. And it's not going to be as easy just to look things up. I think about those all the time. I'm just like, what happens if? What happens if this happens? Or what happens if we have a cyber attack and they take us out that way? What happens if I'm the all what ifs person. But I do my best. Like I said, love-hate relationship with technology. Molly says I like exploring it. I use generative. I had to think about that for a second. Oh, generative AI art for seeing what it can and what it makes it of my prompts. But I hate that it gets installed of real artists for businesses. Oh, it gets used instead of the real artists? Yeah. It could be a good thing in some aspects, I think, but then we question, well, what about the people that actually do art and all of the things? Carissa says, I'm making my way through Monday's Not Coming by Tiffany D. Jackson. Hopefully you're enjoying it. I have not heard of that one. I'll look it up during the sprint. Swank says hi to Pearl. Instead, I gotcha. Molly, the best use of AI is as a partner, not as a replacement for thinking or creativity. Fair enough. Maybe I will try this AI. And you guys said you could just go to the website? Or like you can go find it and then just ask it questions? But you're limited on questions, right? Wonder if it could predict the future for me. Probably not. Christina says hi to Molly Dot, Pearl, Swank, Molly, Jen, and Jen, Sam and Bean, Ashley, Ren, Bella, Vanessa, Jean, Kat, and Tula. All of the hellos. All of the hellos. We love it. We love it. Molly Dot, hi to Christina. And Christina is coming in. Tula is doing the crafty sprints today too. If you want to share some love, here's the playlist. This is the Maker's Quest Crafty and Productivity Sprint playlist. There's the link for that. Check it out. I think my next Maker's Quest is at the end of the month of April. I'm trying to do one at the beginning and one at the end, but I have to do two in the beginning of May because the end of May is a busy time. It's the last day of school is the last Friday, I think. So they only have a half day, and I would be trying to sprint and pick them up from school at the same time. So I was like, yeah, that's not going to happen. Pearl says we all need to stay on channels for the sprint time as well as the chat time. It's sad when everyone leaves and we don't get watch hours. It is very much so. I will actually, because my computer has the ability to do separate windows. So it'll be like I can have 4 different windows. I will set it up so that I have 4 different sprints if there's that many people sprinting, and then or if there's only 3 people sprinting and I have them all open, then the 4th one is usually whatever I'm working on. So, and if I had more screens, like computer screens, I would fan it out so that everybody had their own screen. That's how I would do it. But alas, I only have my desktop and my laptop. I could put it on the TV too. Just walk around the house doing my chores and just see Pearl on one TV and Tula on another TV, and somebody else is on my laptop, and then someone else is on the desktop. I could do it. My husband would think I'm insane, but I would do it. Molly says, and Alicia, the forms can be learned. Like all data analysis is more reliable than generative AIs, for instance. Oi. You quite lost me there. Data analysis is more reliable than the generative AIs. Oh. Mm-hmm. So it depends on what you ask it. Interesting. Sam says hi to Christina. Christina says, yes, Pearl. I have multiple tabs to make use of the TVs too. See? We're trying. We're trying to get everybody all of the watch hours. Molly Dot, hello to Tula. Ashley, hi Christina, and hi to Pearl. Molly says, hi all newcomers. I know we had a lot of people come in. Ashley, hi to Tula and Molly Dot, and anyone I forgot. Pearl says to Christina, I've always got at least 2 sprinters open at the same time. Yep. Molly Dot, hi to Ashley. Ashley says, you're just about the same age as me then. I feel old as fuck most days. Yes, me too. My brain still says I'm in possibly like my late 20s. My body says no. No. Mm-mm. And that's probably because most of my time is spent sitting down. Not because I want to be sitting down, but that's the work I do between me doing live streams or me sitting down to write or me doing budgeting on the computer but every hour I try to get up and stretch and do the things, get food, hydrate. But also I have to go get kids twice a day. I drop them off at school in the morning, so I'm sitting and driving, and then I come home, and then I have to go and get them from school, so I'm sitting and driving again. There's a lot of sitting, driving, writing, budgeting, reading. I need to get better at like moving around more often. I thought about getting one of those desks where you could raise it and lower it, and you could like stand or maybe put like a walking pad underneath. Because I can tell you, my big roll top desk is not going to do that. No. So, But yeah, we could possibly be the same age. I was born in 84. Molly, Alicia, you better go find yourself an apprenticeship in homesteading. I thought about it. My biggest thing is the food aspect. I do not have a green thumb. The only thing I've been able to keep alive plant wise is succulents. And even then, I forget to water them. So, um, I think I try to water them once a month, every 2 weeks. But sometimes I forget. The ones outside I know just got watered because my husband did it. But the time before that, I couldn't tell you. Maybe the last time it rained. So that would have been early to mid March, maybe. I do not do well with plants. I I had a rose bush at one point. It was fine until we got it home from the store, and I did all the things that they told me to, and it died within like a month or two. I don't know what happened. I really don't. So I have not done the garden thing. No. I will have to read and study on that before I even attempt it. Molly Dot says, I'm screwed if I can't get my meds anyway, but I'd like to grow some vegetables, etc. All the same. See? I would like to do that, but I just, like I said, I can't garden. I am horrible at it. Maybe I can have someone else garden and we can barter food for whatever I'm good at. You need help decluttering and organizing? I got you. Maybe I can do that. Molly says, apologies for that terrible sentence. I already forgot what the sentence was. It's fine. Ashley says, if you use any AI, I recommend Claude. Much better outputs, in my opinions, than Copilot or Chat GPT. See, there's so many. I did not. I knew of Chat GPT. I did not know about Claude or what is this, Copilot? I did not know. And isn't there another one? Is that the, what is it, Gemini or something like that? There's so many. It's like I hear of certain ones, but then the rest of them, I have no idea. Carissa says, this is where I'm glad I grew up in the late 90s, early 2000s. Not that technology isn't helpful, but I think that we depend on it way too much. Yes. That's why, like, when it comes to, like, budgeting, yes, I know I can use all of the technology in the world to let it do it for me, but I still write out my budget. I still use pen and paper. I say, this is what we have, this is what needs to come out. I write it all down. And the only thing I use technology wise is a calculator because I'm not trying to do that by hand. With big numbers, no. No. But yeah, I grew up, like I said, I was born in 84. So I remember when AOL was that disc with that terrible dial-up noise. And I remember the catalog at the library. And I remember having newspapers, not just for art projects. We used to read the Sunday paper and we'd look at the comics and grocery ads and all of the store ads they used to print. I remember all of those. The Sunday paper used to be like this thick because it would be like the Sunday paper, the ads, the comics, the the market, the Wall Street market, it would be all of the things. And I don't even, can you even still get a Sunday paper? I don't even know. I'll have to look that up. I'll have to see if we can still get one. Oh, the headache's coming back. Pinch the finger. Krista says, hey to Molly, and Molly says you can ask unlimited questions, but only 10 on the best model for free. Model means version, basically. Oh, so there's different versions that allow you to ask more than 10. Or Sam says, Carissa, exactly. Molly, hello to Carissa. Molly Dot says, you can ask as many questions as you like, but if you're logged in for free, you're limited to 10 good quality questions in 5 hours. No login, you get no better quality answers, so no counting. Oh, interesting. Molly Dot says, I thought Claude was primarily for coding. Oh. And can you use Claude for free? I don't know. That's a good question. Ashley says to Molly Dot, I'm a digital project manager and work with developers daily, so probably why I rely on it more. Ooh, gotcha. There you go. Carissa says, I try to catch everyone's sprints. I get bummed out because a lot of people sprint when I'm at work, and I normally get to their sprints at the very end. Oh, I hate when that happens too. I'm just like, I'm ready to do this. And they're like, okay, bye. And I'm like, oh, no more sprinting. Okay, find the next one. That is me. My husband hates it sometimes when I sprint hop, because one will end and then I go to the next one, and he's like, "Who's this?" And I'm like, "Oh, this is so and so. The other one ended, but I need to finish this section." And he's like, "Oh, I've lost you to the sprints. Not for the whole day, just while I'm trying to continue my tasks." Ashley says Claude is free for up to X amount of questions within X amount of time, like the others. Gotcha. Molly Dot, I'll look into it. Thanks. Molly Dot, I was 26 for at least 10 years. I should start doing that. My driveway sensor keeps going off. Interesting. Christina says, working on admin today. Need to get these tabs cleared. Do you leave them open from day to day, or do you close them down at the end of the day and open new ones at the beginning of the day? How do you do your tabs? Pearl says to Carissa, I get that. There are people I never see because they are 12 hours ahead of me. Yeah. Time differences. Molly Dot, I was trying to bring my tabs below 1,000, and now there's more than 1,500. Tabs? Is you talking about like computer tabs? Like the tabs that go across your screen on the internet? Man, that's a lot of tabs. What are all of the tabs for? And are you talking about computer tabs or different tabs? Oh, I must know. Molly says an AI program is basically a piece of software. AI is used as an umbrella term, but different programs do direct types of things. ChatGPT is a hybrid that can do several things, but then a program like Midjourney just creates art. Interesting. Molly Det says, I'm 12 years older than you. Older than I am now? Because I'll be 42 in May. So 54? If I mathed correctly. I mentally did the, okay, if I'm going to be 42, then add 10 is 52. Add 2 is 54. Am I right? Let me know. My brain is just like, maybe? We read that one. Molly Dot, I really liked Midjourney at first, but then everything seemed kind of samey, and other systems were more fun to play with. Interesting. I'm learning a lot just by you guys telling me all about these things. Sam says, same, Alicia. I'm terrible with keeping plants alive as much as I want to be good with plants. It is very much a, like, you, I don't want to say you have to watch it like a hawk, but to me, it seems that way. Because I know, like, in the beginning, you're going to have to water it every day, especially if you're starting straight from seeds. If you can get a plant from, say, like Home Depot or Lowe's or even a nursery, then I imagine they're still going to have, like, in the beginning, you have to do this, and then you can move into, but I don't have the time or patience. I know that time and patience is going to reap so many rewards in the end, but at the same time, like, I'm already tired just thinking about it. I'm already tired. That's all right, Sam. You and I can think of bartering. If someone can barter, we can get fresh veggies and fruits, and we will clean and organize or do whatever we do best for that person. I can build things out of wood. So if you need a bookcase or a DVD rack or a little 3-drawer chest, if you need painting done, I could do that too. I'll make a list of what I can do. Ashley says, I'm terrible with indoor plants. Outdoor plants I love, but no space for them at my current apartment. Gotcha. Molly Dot, I did spend some time gardening, but not for a few years. My trick was to sow/plant multiple things, so some things would survive even if most died. Huh. No, I think the only thing I can do right now is succulents. That's the only thing that I have been able to keep alive. And I don't know what to do with my succulents right now because they started as like an itty bitty, maybe like 3, 4 leaves to the plant. And now 3 of them are, I'm trying to think of how to describe how big they are. um, Probably bigger than my coffee mug. Like the plant itself, it goes up and then it sprouts, and there's one of them has like 5 different sprouts, and it's still growing. Like if I put it into a bigger pot, it's going to explode. Um, so I need to find bigger pots because 3 of them they're getting out of hand. And I don't know what to do with them. Like, should I cut snippets off and make smaller plants and then put them around more? The other thing is they're all sitting outside, so they're probably getting direct sunlight, and they're in the shade, but they're still getting sunlight. It's hard to explain. You know what I mean? Like I can't. Molly says, Alicia, read and study? You mean go to the library, use the card catalog, and find books to read about homesteading? I could. But then it's the putting it into action, like implementing what I've read and learned, then putting that into, because I have, what is it, the canning and preserving. I have a book on that. I could read that book all day long, but it's going from reading about it and learning about it to implementing it. Then that's where I get messed up, because then I know it's going to be the trial and error type thing, but like doing it, I go, I don't think this is right. Is this right? This isn't right. So there's a lot of that. And then, like, but like when it comes to canning, I had a friend help me, but it wasn't like it was hands on. You know what I mean? So, like, she would say, okay, well, you do this. And she would show me. And then she'd go, and then this is the next step. And she'd do it. And then she goes, once this is done, then you would put it all in the jars. And then you would, then there was something else that you had to do before you put them in the tub of water or something to like seal the jars. And then she also did it at a time where like we could have started it, yes, but finishing it, it probably would have messed it up and delayed it. Because at one point I had to leave to go get my kids. So she was here at the house. She finished it. And then when I came back, I was like, okay, so what happens next? And she's like, well, we're done. She's like, so you saw when I put it in, and then you sit and wait for it for however many minutes. And then she says, then you test it and you pull them out. Obviously, you don't want to touch it because it's going to be hot. And then I was just like, okay, like, that's all you do? And she was like, that's all you do. And I was like, but what about, and she's like, well, and so she would explain things, but it wasn't like I saw it because she had already pulled the jars out at that point. And she didn't like that. I think she made a comment about next time we would use like bottled water in a sense because she didn't like that my tap water. I'm actually on a well and it has iron in it, and I guess that made it the jars kind of dusty in a sense. I don't know. I don't know. Um, so that was a thing. I don't. So it's not that I could go and read and study about it all day long. It's the implementing and actually doing it part. That's where I freeze up and go. I don't know. Christina is laughing. Why are we laughing? Christina says, Molly, are you speaking a foreign language for some people? Maybe. Molly says, anyone who wants to learn the bare basics of AI should start by Googling LLM, large language modeling. I will do that. I wrote it down. I'm writing it down. LLM, large language modeling. Christina says, yes, you can still get a Sunday paper. Really? I'll have to look and see if my area still has them because to be honest, I have not seen a Sunday paper in ages. Molly Dot says, I now have an urge to try my curriculum maker on homesteading, but that's not what it's for at all. Each month will be based on a language and a classic anchor text in that language. Oh. But you could use this to create curriculum for homesteading. Interesting. Christina says, Crud gets me the Sunday Detroit Free Press for the comics and puzzle pages. Ooh, I forgot about the puzzle pages. I used to love doing the puzzles. Molly Dot, e.g. this month is Spanish and Don Quixote. Oh. I took Spanish, but I could not hold a conversation. Carissa says, where I live, I get a Sunday paper, but they are not as good as they used to be. Molly says, I recommend this book. What is the title of this book? I will click the link in a second. Molly Dot says, yep, browser tabs. It's ridiculous. I know. That's a lot of browser tabs, ma'am. I have 3 open and I'm cringing. I'm like, do I really need that one open? But then again, I don't like to have a whole lot going on. Because one thing will make a sound and I can't find it forever. Christina, the tabs I'm working on are all the ones I have sprints scheduled, so I need to clear them. Oh, I got you. Molly Dot, most of the tabs are where I looked up something and opened a bunch of tabs, then didn't close them all. Usually I got distracted and looked up something else. Huh. Molly Dot 53, I'll turn 54 in December. I was right in a roundabout way. Because I'm 41, I'll be 42. So then, yeah, 53 to 54. I got you. Wow. Molly Twinsy, had we already figured out that we are basically same age? I'll be 54 next January. You guys are twinsies. Like literally a month apart. Huh. That's awesome. Christina, by the way, both babies are out the shells now. One is all floofy and holding up its head. The other is not that far yet. It hatched overnight. Jackie and Shadow are on YouTube Live. What is this? Out of the shells. I'm assuming some kind of bird, because you said floofy. I missed something. Sam says, I got eggs. I trade with eggs. See? We could totally do it. We could do it. Just create a barter system. Christina says, Big Bear, Bald Eagle, live nest. Try to say that 3 times fast. So they had, those are eaglets that were hatched. Aww. They're so cute when they're first born. All floofy with their down feathers. Molly Dot, I think we had, but I didn't realize we were that close. Wow. You are practically right next to each other, back to back. Molly Dot, my chives are still alive. Oh. Nice, nice. Molly, Christina, yay for Jackie and Shadow. Wonder how they get their names. Like, what makes them think this is a Jackie or a Shadow? Molly Dot, my succulents have mostly died. The chives are outside, but the succulents inside, I keep forgetting to water them. That's my problem. Sometimes I forget to water things. We do have 2 indoor plants, and my husband will go, have you watered these recently? And he goes, I'll take that as a no. And then he waters them. I'm horrible because I forget. Christina says, before you repot them, research it because there is a different soil that is better for some. Oh. Really? I've just been using, what did I use? It wasn't topsoil. I want to say it was like an all-purpose plant soil from, what is that, Miracle Grow? No. I don't remember the brand. I'll have to go outside and look. But it was like an all-purpose plant soil, I think. No, I'm second guessing that. I'll go look in the sprint. Christina says, right, Molly? Christina says, they're so cute. Molly Dots, my well water has too much iron too. Also manganese. Oh, I don't know if mine has that. It has iron now. Like it's turning my tubs orange at times. Vanessa says, I'm back. The show was a lot of fun. Yay! We are getting ready to go into our next sprint. I think we're almost done with the comments. Molly Dot, I should say, an anchor text from that language, I'm reading in English. Though in the case of Spanish, the only language I can't hold a conversation in, I'm attempting it in Spanish too. Oh. So you're learning, do you have to learn the Spanish while you're doing this? Or you already know it and you're using it? I'm so confused. I should say in anchor text from that language. I'm reading in English, though in the case of Spanish, the only language I can hold a conversation. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I would like to get back into the languages I know, because I'm very like, it's definitely a case of I learned it, but I didn't use it, so therefore I lost it. But that is low on the priority list right now. Molly says, glad you're back, Vanessa. Vanessa, I have to go to my mom's for early Easter dinner, so need to get dressed. Whee! Well, hopefully Easter dinner is fabulous. And hope you come home with a very full tummy. Pearl says, I'm heading out now. Have a great time sprinting. I will miss you. Have a good time. She's doing Easter lunch. Molly says, Alicia, Patrick. Who? Patrick Inon, the Chat GPT dialogues, exploring the new frontiers of the AI age. Oh, that's the title. Thank you. I will star that and look at it in the spring. Vanessa, I'm about to turn 57 next month, pushing 60. It's kind of crazy. You're 57 years young. That's how I like to look at it. It's just like I'll be 42 years young. Mm-hmm. It's just my body disagrees. Molly Dot, our poor mother with the super long labor. Oof. Christina, Jackie, and Shadow are the bald eagle couple. Molly Dot, oh wow, I thought you were talking about chickens. Chickens? Chickens would be good to have. They would eat all of the ants. Ashley, I just saw the babies. Christina, adorable, right? Tula to Vanessa, I'm 10 years behind you. So you are 6 years older than me, possibly? Because I'm 41. And if you're 10 years behind Vanessa's gonna be 57, right? So you're 47? Oh gosh, I probably should not do the math. I'm trying. So you're a little older than I am. Jackie is the mama and Shadow is the papa. Aww. I like when they do animal cams like that. Vanessa to Tula, aside from the menopause stuff, it's actually pretty great. Oh my gosh. The hot flashes that I had last night while trying to sleep, it kept waking me up. It was horrible. I hate them. Molly Dot, my two succulents in best condition are right behind the sink. I still mostly forget them. I have to make a mental note, or put a post-it somewhere and say water plants today. That's how I get through them. Tula says, Alicia, I've given up on plants for now. My dad is the true gardener. Tell him to tell you all the secrets. That's what I would do. Dad, give me all of the secrets. I hear you. I can't. Besides, I don't know how the succulents are still alive, but that's the only thing I've been able to keep alive, plant-wise. Jen says succulents need succulent soil because it keeps their moisture better. Oh. I didn't know that there was a separate soil for it. Now I really have to see what I have, because I don't know. Swank says we only had some baby eagles born at the Dallas Arbitrary. Arbitrum. I am probably butchering that. I'll Google it. Chris says I would like to get a Monstera. I would like to get a Monstera at some point, and I guess that they need a specific type of soil. What is that? Hold on, I gotta Google. I've never heard of that. Monstera. Oh, those are some big leaves. Wow. It's kind of a neat looking plant, though. But those leaves were like huge. Tula to Vanessa in Perry, and good lord, yes. Vanessa to Tula, yeah, the shit is rough. But let me tell you, the complete lack of giving any fucks at all about other people's opinions are amazing. That I will agree to. I used to be like a people pleaser. Still am sometimes. It's not quite broken yet, but um, there are things where I just go, no, don't care. I just go, why? Why? I ask why a lot. I just go, why? Why do I care? Why should I? Depends on what it is, too. Because there are things I do care about. Like all of you, and my children, and my husband, and my cats. Molly Dot says I can only do short laundry washes because the iron and manganese block the water. I need to get the filter cleaned. We have something like that too. Like we have what they call a water softener and an iron breaker. But I feel like that was put in like when we first moved in. So that was almost 12 years ago. I feel like it's slowly like crapping out. And now we're going to have it looked at and possibly replaced. I think that's where we're at. And I know it's probably about time for the water heater to do its thing too. So we're probably, and I can only imagine what that looks like on the inside with all the iron and stuff. So we definitely, you gotta get the filters cleaned so that it doesn't block. And see if you can do something like an iron breaker. Maybe that'll help break up the iron and manganese, and then it won't block it as often. Maybe cross fingers. Christina says, well, if it has been working for you, then cool. But the soil for succulents is usually different so that it does not hold too much moisture. Then there is some soil that holds extra moisture. Oh. Now I'm going to have to look and see what kind I have because I don't know. I'm going to go look. I'm going to go look in the next sprint. All right, we need to get to a sprint so I can go look. We've been chatting for a while. All right, speed through the comments. Christina says, for those that forget to water, maybe, but succulents need less water, which is why they are easier for most people. Agreed. Tula, I 100% agree with you. That started around 5 years ago, and it's fun. Yep. Things are always better when it's fun. Vanessa says, I completely forgot until this moment that I was supposed to get a cake at Publix for dessert. Mom's gonna be pissed. Oops. Is Publix closed today? I figured they would have like small hours. You know what I mean? Like they would be open but close early. I'm trying to think if Publix is closed. Where would you be able to go to get a cake? Does it have to be a specific kind of cake? Because there might still be places open. I don't know. Do stores close down on Easter? I know some of them might, but do all of them? Molly Dot says 42 is a good age. It's the answer to life, the universe, and everything. Is it? I'm still trying to figure out the answer to the universe and everything. But I mean, it's a good thing to wonder about. Vanessa to Molly Dot. Yes, Alicia is going to be the answer. No way. No way. I can't be the answer. How would I? Why? How could I be the answer? Tula, I'm 47. So yes, Alicia. Ooh, I was right about that. I was wondering if my mathing was mathing because so many numbers. Vanessa says, talk to your GYN about hormone replacement, Alicia. The estrogen patch or progesterone script will help with the hot flashes. Ooh, I do have to make an appointment for that, so I will talk to her. I'll add it to my list of questions. Molly Dot, I didn't get that lack of giving fucks, Vanessa, but I did get a slight reduction. Ooh. Vanessa to Molly Dot, yay for the reduction of fucks to give. Y'all are making me laugh at this point. Molly Dot. Christina says, I think the soil issue will also depend on where you live. Some places that are more humid plants would probably do better with drier soil, and dry places with soil that holds more. I mean, the air itself will affect the soil. Oh. I mean, I'm in Florida, so. I know, like, if I were to plant them in the ground, it's mostly like sand and clay. But I have them in pots right now, so it's whatever soil I put in the pot when we moved them from one pot to the other. I just have to find the bag and see what it is because I know I still have some of it. Vanessa, they're probably open Publix, and I may stop in there, but I also not care enough to. Oh, I mean, it's the oops, I forgot. Christina says that Walmart is open. I don't do Walmart, says Vanessa. Christina says Cud works there. Swank says the answer is 42. I'll take your word for it. Vanessa, we all have to take our turn being 42. Alicia, therefore, you will be the answer. No avoiding it, sorry. Ah, man. I don't want to be the answer. What am I the answer to? The answer to all the problems, or just this particular problem? Am I the answer for the foreseeable future? Vanessa to Christina, probably not mine. True. But Myers is open too. We don't have a Myers down here. That's true. I don't think we even have one. Christina says, LOL, probably not, Vanessa. So it's Walmart that doesn't want to pay Cud for Cud's injury? Oh. Shame on them. Carissa says, is it Meyer only in Michigan? I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine. Maybe. Vanessa's Meyer's also in Chicago, so I think it's mostly Midwest. That was my next guess. See, Mong says they have it in Indiana. The answer is 42 is a reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe. That would make more sense. Yes, I have to read it because I would not know that. Ashley says we have a Meyer in Ohio too. Yeah, that sounds like a Midwest. Christina says my eldest told me one time that he did not have any fucks to give. So my youngest, who was about 6, maybe 9, always said, hey, Drew, a bunch of dollars and put 1, 5, 10, 20 in the corners and where It says dollars. He gave them to his brother just so that he would have some. That's kind of funny. That's funny. I like that. He's my favorite. I like that. Molly Dutt says, "Do you like science fiction at all, Alicia? If so, I suggest reading or watching The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy." I don't think I've read a lot of science fiction. Um, I have read some, but I have not read The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I have read because Murderbot is sci-fi, right? I've read Murderbot, not all the way through because I'm on book 5, and I'm trying to think of what else I've read. I've read a couple of things, but not a whole lot. So I will add this to my list. Christina says no. Meyer did not want to pay. Oh, yikes! Vanessa, lol. Christina, that is where he fell. Oh, it's horrible. Guide to the Galaxy, not universe. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know either. My head is starting to hurt again. Molly Dot, or listening to it, I keep forgetting that Hitchhikers started as a radio play. Interesting. Vanessa says, okay, gotta get dressed and get going. Have great sprints. Gonna leave the stream open for views. Bye, y'all. Bye, Vanessa. Thanks for coming and hanging out for a bit. Have a good time with mom. Molly says, yeah, where he fell. Okay, I got confused. I got you. I got confused too. Annette says, popping in to say hi and boop the like button. Well, hello. Thank you for the boop of the like button. Hopefully you are doing well. Vanessa says, Hitchhiker's Guide is sci-fi comedy, so not horror sci-fi at all. Gotcha. I love Murderbot. I've only read the first one so far. They're cute, in a way. I like that he just wants to watch TV, but he has a job to do. So, and they're thin, they're small. I've read the first 4, and then when I got book 5, I was like, it's much bigger. Network Effect, I believe, is book 5, and that one is almost like two of the first books put together. Like it's bigger, maybe 3. I don't know, but it's significantly bigger than the first 4. And then it goes back to a smaller book afterwards. So I don't know. Maybe she just had a lot in that one. Molly says bye, Vanessa. Molly Dot says hi to Annette. Molly says hi, Annette. Molly Dot says bye, Vanessa. Molly Dot says happy Easter or too late. Nope, it's Easter is all day long. So if you celebrate, happy Easter. Vanessa says bye, y'all. Annette says hello, Molly Dot. Yes, Murderbot is so much fun. I want to see this show because they have Alexander Skarsgård playing the Murderbot, and I want to see how he does. Christina says, have a good afternoon, Vanessa. Christina says hi to Annette, and Annette says hi, Molly, bye, Vanessa. Annette says hi to Christina. Tula says, we'll be back for the next chatty bit. Okie dokie. And Christina says, the movie was fun. Is it a movie or a show? I heard it both ways, though, so I don't know which one is which. I just know that it's not easily accessible for me because I think they did it on Apple TV, right? Or you're talking about the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy movie. I know that's a movie. I just don't know about Murderbot. I think it was TV shows, I thought. It was a movie that we saw. Interesting. Oh, this one is older. Before Apple TV. Wait, they had a Murderbot movie before this new one? I'm confused. I will look at it. Must be Hitchhikers. Oh, okay. Okay. I was like, hold on. We're talking about Murderbot and Hitchhikers, so which one are we actually talking about? No, Hitchhikers. Okay. Whew. Oh, I was so confused. Um, I was like, which one is it? No, you're fine. We were talking about both, so they kind of described both, but I was like, wait, is it this one or that one? I don't know. There's two Hitchhiker films, one from the 80s. Oh. That makes more sense. Okay. I am no longer confused. I will watch them either way. Okay. I see we're at the bottom. I'm gonna go ahead and put us into a sprint because I have to potty. And I need to before I forget. These were the peeps I was talking about. See, it's peep, but then it's dipped in chocolate. So for the Molly that was asking about the peeps dipped in chocolate, they're called Delights. They're strawberry flavored marshmallow dipped in a decadent milk chocolate. So it's on the bottom. So they just dip it in the chocolate. These are the ones I like because I will eat the peeps dipped in chocolate. But they only come in 4 in a pack. They have these, they have the strawberry ones, and then they have the original yellow that's dipped in chocolate. So those are the ones that I eat. Otherwise, I won't eat peeps. Not too much. However, I did try the one. I tried the frosted strawberry Pop-Tart peep. My kids wanted to try them, so I got them. I tried one. I'm not big on marshmallow, though. So, Annette says I'm reading The Book Witch by Meg Schaefer. It is fun and cute. A nice, light-hearted read. I need to get that one. I think that was part of my NetGalley, and I think the book is out now. So I need to get it, read it, or finish reading it, and review it. Sam says, "Ew, peeps." My husband has the same sentiment. He does not like marshmallow. So I can eat marshmallow, but I won't eat a lot of it. Like they were swimming in chocolate. Oh. No, these are just dipped. Molly says, "Oh, I usually dip them deeper, but those are looking delish, right? They are delish. These are the ones that, like I said, I like because it's strawberry and it has that chocolate. They dipped it in chocolate. And also the strawberry Pop-Tart ones that we got this year aren't too bad. And they have no chocolate. And then I also saw that they had Sunny D flavored peeps. I was not touching those. No. I remember drinking Sunny D as a kid, and I tried to drink one last year, and I did not like the taste of it. So we don't do Sunny D anymore. Molly says, "Annette, I read that. Glad you are enjoying it. Woohoo!" Yeah, I need to get that and read it. All right, let's go into our next sprint, and then we will do all of the things. All right, ready, Freddy. Happy sprinting, and I will see you back in 45. All right. How did everyone do on that sprint? I did some more adding books to Pango, and I did book shifting. So instead of being right here, you can see some of my pillows have migrated this way. I was able to put knickknacks back there, and I got to, can you even see it? Now I'm here. So there's no books here in this space. So that is empty, and I'm shifting from here up. So we're almost done. And I also, I went potty, checked on the kids. Husband stole the last 2 slices of pizza. So maybe I'll finally make my English muffin pizzas. But I will have to make some sort of dinner tonight, so I think I'm gonna make hamburger helper. I did take my allergy meds, so hopefully that will kick in and we'll feel better soon. It just feels like someone's trying to remove my eyeballs. So, and I probably need more caffeine. So we'll probably do that in the next sprint. But let's see. I have to find and or Ralphie joined us also. So he is here. I need to find a list of books that Kelly and I have in common so that 1, I can tab them on my shelf, and 2, I know that those are ones that are not going anywhere. Because there are a couple that I would like to remove, but I'm not 100% sure if they're on the list or not. So I'm going to print out that list, tab those books on my shelves so I know. And then if the books I'm thinking of are not on that list, then I may pull some of them to add to Pango. Because I have a lot. And I know some of them are, I'm like, why are they still here? So let's see what you guys got to, and then we will change activities in the Spirit City, and we'll do something else. That way we can explore more of the garden. And let's see, where did we leave off? I believe this was the last comment. Amali was saying, Annette, I read that. Glad you're enjoying it. Excuse me. What are you doing? What are you doing back there? I can feel him like moving the chair around. Sam says, I do not like the texture of sugar-coated marshmallows. Yeah, there's something about them. Like, I don't know. I can eat them, but I don't like to eat them a whole bunch. Like, I may try 1 or 2, and that's it for me. And I know Sam is probably like, I don't eat any of them. Which is fine. I know my husband's the same way. He doesn't like marshmallow in general, so he refuses. Even if it has a flavor, he refuses. So that's fine. I'm kind of like let me try it, and then I'll either like it or not like it. If I don't like it, then that's the end of it. So I know what you're saying. And then this is where I said, I went outside and checked the soil. This is what I have. The Miracle-Gro Moisture Control Potting Soil. That's the soil I used for the succulents. I don't know. I mean, it seems to be working so far, but I don't know if there's going to be a better soil for them if I change them from the current pot to a new one. I just don't want to keep changing it to a bigger pot, and then next thing you know, I have like a succulent tree. Molly says, I'm reading the Escape Game now. I feel like I've heard of this one. Is this the Is it Melissa De La Cruz or is it a different one? Hold on. I will Google it. The Escape Game. You can't just type in the Escape Game because it comes up with the actual Escape Games. Marissa Meyer. Not the right author that I was thinking of. Marissa Meyer and Tamara Moss. I want to read this one. It sounds interesting. It's if this is the one you're reading, it's a YA murder mystery novel about contestants on a deadly escape room themed game show who must solve puzzles to uncover the truth behind a previous contestant's murder. The story follows new players, including the sister of the murdered contestant, as they navigate sabotage, betrayal, and deadly challenges to find the killer. It's described as a fast-paced, puzzle-filled thriller with twists and turns, featuring multiple narrators and interactive elements. This is interesting. That's why I wanted to read it. I don't typically do like mystery or thriller, but I want to try to read some. So this one sounded fun. This kind of sounds like the Gretchen McNeil series. I think it was called #MurderTrending. Let me see. There she is. Her books. Yes. So it came out with #MurderTrending. And then the second one was #MurderFunding. And then they came out with #NoEscape. In that order. I will definitely say read them in order, because if you don't, you'll spoil yourself. So definitely read them in the order that they were published. So start with #MurderTrending. By the time you reach the end, you'll be like, what? Because that's how I responded to it. I had no idea until the end, and I was like, what? But they were good. I kept them. And this is also where I said the spinner wheel has spoken. I'm continuing to add books to Pango, but I got so far. I pulled a couple of more books to add, but then it was kind of like I had to shift in order to look through the rest of the books. So what I'm going to have to do is I think I'm just going to have to take down the knickknacks and put them in a container until I can finish going through, and because otherwise I have to stop and move and shift and move, and it's a lot. It's easier when I just take all the knickknacks off, but I have to find a place to store them so that, one, they either don't get broken, two, if it's Lego, then again, I don't want to lose pieces, and so on. So we'll get there. It won't be today, but we'll get there. Swank says, thanks for sprints. See you tomorrow morning. Bye, Swank. See you tomorrow. She is talking about Morning Time Pirates. Or they. I don't know. I don't know if it's a he or she, to be honest. We've always just said Swank. I assume. I shouldn't assume. But they are in the Morning Time Pirates chat. So we'll see you tomorrow. Christina said, oh my gosh, Eaglet is getting its lunch right now. So freaking cute. I know, stuff like that I could stare at all day long. And I wouldn't be able to get anything done. Double and Jen, they are a day apart. Are they about a day apart? Are they? They're like one hatched and then the other hatched? Is that what that's what we're saying? Christina says, hi, Jen and Ish. Yes, the first one was still in shell, but you could see the down until afternoon sometime. And the second I woke up, it was out of the shell. Only the oldest is eating, though. Oh. So one was born and the other one hadn't come out yet. Gotcha. I think the second one is still trying to get some neck muscles. Oh, yeah. Sam is editing a video. Oh, I need to do that. I have not been doing that at all. Ren says made it to 23%. Yay! Sam says, oh, and had lunch. I need to do lunch. Double and Jen, the older one, is so fluffy. So fluffy. Ralphie! Hi, Ralphie. Everybody's saying hi. Yes. Everybody's saying hi, Mr. Ralphie. Hi. I know, the blanket's all messed up back there. You say hi, Mr. Ralphie. Molly Dot says, I think I've gotten as far as I can with my curriculum creator. It's nearly too long. If I want to make more changes, I need to rethink my approach. Fair enough. You sounds like you got a good ways though. Sam says, I do like marshmallows, just not Peeps. Fair enough. It's like you said, it's the texture of the outside. It is kind of gritty in a sense. And I don't particularly like that part. Now, the one that I had this morning, the frosted strawberry Pop-Tart, the only grittiness it had to it was the like sprinkles that they put on it or in it. I don't know. But it's all right. But I see what you mean. I will eat marshmallows too, especially in hot chocolate. It's almost a sin to not have marshmallows in your hot chocolate. Molly Dot says it's pretty good now, though, better than a trial run earlier today. I do want geography to be different, but I'm probably better just making that part manually. Oof. Geography as in, like, you want to study geography or the orientation of the way you built it? Molly says Marissa Meyer. Yes. I had to look it up, but I could have just read the comments. But thank you. Kyra Vorn, if I'm pronouncing that right, or if you have a different name that you would like to be called, welcome in. Says, I want to finish writing another 1,000 words of the first draft of a story, and then my sprints can switch from writing to reading some more of Scythe by Neil Shusterman. I read that series. It's not bad. It's a very interesting concept. And I hear that it's coming out with a prequel, I think, right? Sam, is that what it is? I think Sam was the one that told me. It's coming out with a new book, and I think it's supposed to be like a prequel. So. Christina says, very floofy, Jen. It's all them down feathers. They haven't gotten their flight feathers yet. Molly Dot, I didn't get as far as making my to-do list, and it's 7:30 p.m. Whoops. Was this a to-do list for today or for tomorrow? Because if it's for tomorrow, you still got time. Write it down real quick. If it was for today, well, oops, is right. I sort of wrote my to-do list this morning because I actually had almost 45 minutes before sprints started between me finishing breakfast and me starting sprints. I was confused because normally I have to go straight into from breakfast to sprints, but today I was awake. I was eating. I ate, and then I had time, and I was like, what do I do? So I wrote a to-do list. Double and Jen, it's cute to see such big birds be so gentle with the tiny ones. I agree. Molly says, I have it as an arc. There is a Melissa De La Cruz arc, too. Maybe you saw both on NetGalley. Maybe. Although I don't know when's the last time I was on NetGalley. Where did I see it? Maybe it was on Goodreads. Because I know, maybe that was it. Because maybe, I think Goodreads had like a, what are they called? Giveaway? They had a giveaway for it. Maybe that's where I saw it. Listen here. We're not ready. Pause that. We're definitely not ready for our sprint yet. Molly says to Molly Dot, we'll have to talk about using ChatGPT as a personal curriculum creator in Discord sometime soon. Christina says, hi, Ralphie. Ralphie, they're saying hi. Sam says, I have a screechy baby. Oh, no. Did you pinch him? Don't pinch him. What happened? Was he napping and he woke up? Christina says, hi, Kira. Double and Jen says, how is the baby? How old now? It's getting bigger. Molly says, my sister is bringing me leftovers from Easter brunch because I didn't go because I woke up with my back in pain, and then I have to get her food that I cook for Mom. Ah. It's a trade-off. You can trade the foods. You'll have all the good food. Sam says, yes, pretty cool. Thank you. I thought that's what you were saying, but I couldn't remember. Sam says, baby is great, although he's not a fan of naps. Ooh. Are you trying to put him on like a nap schedule, or he just kind of naps when he falls asleep? I know my son was like that. He did not want to take a nap. And then, so what I would do is I would try to schedule his naps. So before I would put him down for a nap, I would like have him do tummy time, and then we would sit there and play, and he would watch like a 10-minute show, if that, probably like 5 minutes, just something to have him hear the sounds and then kind of learn at the same time, because we would do, like Blue's Clues, or I would do Brain Candy. So, and then we would feed him, and then he'd be out like a light. And he would sleep for an hour, 2 hours. I wouldn't let him go past that, but because I was trying to get him also on like that nighttime schedule, it worked. Molly says hi to Kira. He is 4 months. Oh, he's getting so big. It seems like just yesterday mine were that age, and now they're not. Enjoy all the baby snuggles, Sam. I miss snuggles. The one says, oh, indeed. I tried posting my prompt in too long, but I can put it in a file. I love how amazing naps are. If only they could understand and know that that's what we're talking about, because they are amazing. Christina says, yes, Ben, so cute. That Discord. Oh, you gotta share the link. I saw that. I don't know why. It's being silly. Sam says to Double and Jen, Rex wants to nap on us all the time. He wants to be warm. So we used to do that. Take naps, and we'll let him fall asleep, and then we would carefully move him. And then I would do all the things quietly. Oh, Isis is meowing. I don't know where she's at, though. I have a feeling she's going to pay us a visit. Molly says I need to relocate back to desk, so I'll check. Sam says he's screechy just to screech. Oh, he's finding his voice. Oh, that's a fun time. They make noise to make noise. Double and Jen, I remember sleeping on my couch at night, all propped up with pillows, just to get mine to sleep at night. We have an Isis. I'm trying to get her to come over because my husband just kind of like threw her in. Isis, come here. Her to say hi. Come here. What are you doing? Are you meowing at Daddy? Huh? Oh. Hey, 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 hey. Settle down. Settle down. You're okay. She's feisty. I don't know what Daddy did to you, but I'm sorry. Okay, okay. She's not happy. Now she's trying to beat up Ralphie. She is not happy at all. She's like, I did not ask to be in here. She's never been that loud. Now she's sitting at the door with her tail just back and forth. She said, I did not ask to be in here, ma'am. Leave me alone. She's never yelled at me like that. Isis! She said, no, don't talk to me. Fine, be that way. Molly does. I want to touch on geography as a subject. For this month, Spanish, I want to learn the national flags of Latin America and be able to recognize each country on an outline map. Ooh. That's kind of cool. I hope you are successful and be able to recognize all of that. I could. So you're doing a lot of like South America? Is that where Latin America is? Or am I thinking otherwise? It's been a long time since I've done geography. Maybe we should just do like a refresher. Double and Jen says, I made sure I wouldn't turn over or anything, and it was so uncomfortable, but I needed all of the sleep I could get. Oh, being propped up with pillows? Yes, I have done that sometimes too. When my daughter was, shortly after she was born, I was kind of like so tired trying to keep up with not only my son, but my daughter. And then at the time, my sister was living with us, and my husband was coming and going with jobs. Like he would go and visit a customer, and then he'd come home, or he'd be in his office and he'd come inside. And I think my sister came home and she like woke me up and she was like, you fell asleep with the baby. She's like, do you want me to take the baby? And I was like, no, don't touch her. And she's like, but you can't sleep with the baby. And I was like, we're fine. Leave us alone. Because it was true. Like that was the only way I could get her to take a nap. So I was like, if you move her, she's going to wake up. Then I have to wake up. We're not ready for it. Like, leave us alone. So that was the only way I could get her to nap. And it would only be for like an hour tops. That was all I needed. And so what I would do is I'd set up my son. He would have, toys, and he would have his little juice cup or whatever, and I would put on his favorite show, and then me and Lorelai would take a nap. And every now and then I would hear something, and it was my son banging a toy. So I'd kind of like look, check on him, and then I went back to sleep. It was fine. I had to regain my energy. My sister did not like it though. Molly Dot says for the next month, Swedish. Oh, for next month, Swedish. I want to the same for Nordic countries. It's not so obvious what to do for every language. For Finnish, I can revise the Nordic countries, but I'm not sure for Japanese. Could you not tailor the Japanese to do kind of what you're doing for the other ones? I'm trying to think of how you would. Maybe just do like the right because well, you're just doing like the flags and the country outlines, yes. But could you also include culture? Maybe. Don't mind me. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm thinking out loud. I don't know if that would help you or not, but maybe give it a shot. Sam says to Double and Jen, yeah, we're currently having to do that now. It doesn't matter what time of day. He wants to be a part of everything. Well, yeah, because he's learning. He wants to see everything and he wants to touch everything and he wants to be included. So I we just had to let them crash. I just let them like go sleep when they slept, but I would try to do it in a way that they were still able to sleep. If you want to try to get them to sleep most of the night, um, but it's cute to watch them be a part of everything and see everything. I liked watching my kids when they were doing stuff. Poor Isis. Isis is sitting in a spot where even if Ralphie tried to walk past her, he's only got about this much space. And she's blocking it almost to the point where if he walked past her, she would just smack him. So he's like up against the wall and he doesn't know what to do. She has cornered him. Isis, don't be mean. She's like, I forget you. I'm not listening. Double and Jen says there are so many flavors in Peeps now. Yes. I swear they come out with new ones every year. I think, was it Kat? Kat was saying that she got some for Kelsey. Kelsey loves Peeps, and so she was buying the different flavors. And I could see some of the flavors, yes, they sound like they would be good. But when you start getting flavors like Sunny D, and there was another one, I was like, no, thank you. I was just like, mm-mm. I will stick to the like, give me the Dr. Pepper or the birthday cake, or I will try those in small amounts. But I no Sunny D. You wear one of those things to carry him around. They always scare me. Oh, the like baby things that you can put on your. Those were. I had one of those. They were useful when I needed it. Molly Dot says, Alicia, the connection went bad. Did you say anything about me posting my prompt in Discord? No. I think I was just reading what the other Molly said. She was saying something about posting it in Discord, or there was a specific Discord that she was asking that you were in. So whatever the comment was, that was what I was reading. But I don't think I said anything specific about posting it. Sam says, I do. I have a wrap and a regular carrier, but I think he's too big for the wrap now. Aww. Molly Dot, it's my to-do list for today. I hadn't made, but I made a list of things to do in the coming week, so I've just done one of them. So that makes the next week's next tasks for today obvious. Ooh, gotcha. Rafi's attempting to move past Isis. Sam says, but he loves his bouncers. Oh my gosh, those were so fun to watch them move around in. Right? That was Isis. I don't know what she's not happy about, though. I would have to ask my husband because he, like I said, she was meowing. I could hear her from out there. And then all he did was open the door and went like this. And now she's stuck in there until I and for see what she wants. I'm willing to bet she probably wants to go back outside. But she's being very vocal. That's the most vocal she has been all week. So I want to know what he did to her. Double on Jen says those are such a blessing. Molly Dot says I feel like the word daddy set her off the last time. It's possible, but he had to. Latin America is most of South America plus continental North America below the US. Central America plus Mexico plus a lot of the Caribbean islands. Gotcha. Ooh, that'd be fun to learn about. I can nearly do South America already, and managing Central America seems doable, but the Caribbean is scary. Yes, I imagine there's a lot of islands that you would have to look at, and they're tinier. Christine, a blink, and then they turn 18, and you're like, what just happened? I know. I know. Double Jen, or they turn 21 and go to another state for 10 days. Oh. Molly Dot, I could maybe learn the islands of Japan. Yes, you totally could do that. I want to learn all the world flags, so I don't want to get distracted into learning flags for regions of Japan if they have them. That's a good question. Do they have flags for individual regions, or is it one as a whole? Do you hear that? That is Isis. All Ralphie did was move from one corner to the other, and because he's slightly closer to her, she growled. She's getting older. She's getting more feisty. But Christina says, LOL, yeah, eldest will be 30 in 2 weeks. What is that about? Oof. Time flies. Ma'am, that's enough. She is not happy about something. I'm going to have to see what he did to her. Test? What are we testing? Molly Dot, Asia seems too big, but maybe East Asia and Central Asia would be good. Mostly large countries, so there aren't too many. Thank you. I think I already forgot what you said, but you're welcome. Oh, maybe like the cultures. Was that it? See? My brain is mush. And Molly Dot says Japan may have vaguely round symbols called man for the regions. I know noble families used to have them. Oh, interesting. And Molly says my sister brought me peeps. Ooh, what kind of peeps? Let us know. And on that note, while you do that, I'm gonna switch to our final banner because this will be our final sprint, and I will pull up our timer here. Do we want to stay with experimenting or shall we move around the garden? Let me know. Test was because my messages weren't going through. Oh no. I wonder why. I have been seeing them, so I don't know. Oh my gosh. Let's see. I kind of want to have her sit down for this next part, so. Should we have her do some writing or typing? What does he do if he's writing? Nothing, he just sits there. Oh. I want him to be doing something too. Let's go out to the garden. Reading, they both read. Stretching. Stretching, it looks like he's sleeping. He's playing. Meditating. Relaxing. Interesting. Does he have a little cup too? That's so cute. We're gonna relax and sip for the last one. Like it almost looks like he's dunking the little cucumber or whatever in. That's cute. It says my geography plan for the Japanese month is now nice countries on an outline map of East Asia and Central Asia. Nice. Molly Dot, I had to send some of my messages a couple of times. A problem on my end, I think. Oh no. Well, I hope we have it all fixed and straightened out just in time to go into the final sprint. All right, so we have our timer. We have, I started the comments. Let's go ahead and do the final sprint. Make it count, and I will see you back in 45. Happy sprinting. All right. How did everybody do on our final sprint? I can tell you I didn't do much of anything. I did write my to-do list for the things that I want to get done after sprints, and I did input sprints, so if you need more, you know where to go. Now Ralphie's staring at the door like he's like, "All right, we're leaving. We're done. We can go." And he's just like, "Wait, the door's not opening." He's gonna have to wait. And I talked to my husband briefly, like why Isis was in a mood, and he said because apparently she had been following him around the house meowing, and he picked her up, and she was still like meowing, so he meowed back at her in her face, which didn't help any matters. And so that's why he threw her in the library with me. But I put her outside, and I have not heard a peep out of her. So she probably just wanted to go back outside. Um, I'm pretty sure they have food and water in their bowls. I will double check again because I didn't look when I was out there, but that could also be a source if their water bowls are, I don't know what it is, but it's like they go through their water like no tomorrow. So I don't know if that is what she was meowing about or what, but um, she's outside. So she's happy. I'll figure her out later. But, and then I just kind of like, I think my headache has gone away somewhat, but not fully. So, but I also didn't finish my coffee. And now it's starting to get lukewarm. So I might reheat that. Of course, take it out of the mug and reheat, but I might reheat it or I might just drink something else that has caffeine in it, like my Dr. Pepper or whatever. Um, and I'm also gonna fill up my water cup. Maybe that'll help too. Um, and get something to eat. Maybe that will help. All of the things. I didn't have a headache when I woke up this morning. Um, it kind of started after the first sprint, maybe. Is when I started noticing it. So I don't know. Oh, I just don't know. But let's see what you guys got up to, and then we will skedaddle from here. And I will see you guys across the interwebs. Molly Dot says I had to send some of the messages a couple of times. A problem on my end, I think. Oh, that was where we left off. She was saying that she was having issues. Some of the messages didn't go through right away. I'm going to get some commitments into a paper calendar. Nice. Here is the link for Anna's sprints for Vikingathon. Christina posted. Dublin Jen says she sounds like a diva. She can be at sometimes. She can be. Kat knows what she wants. When she wants her traits, she will lead you to them. And then meow profusely. Dublin Jen says same for me, Molly Dot. Very nice. Jen was asking, how do you get the cow, Alicia? So I told her, I said, for the cow, I did morning, so you can choose morning, afternoon, evening, or night. I did morning with garden stretching, and then you had to have the bustling farm noises. And that's, I believe, how I got it. So most of the clues will tell you exactly what you need, but sometimes they can be very cryptic. Oh my god, that cat was over by the door, and somehow he has gone from the door and has snaked around the back of the chair and is now over here by the bookcase. And now he's on top of the chair. He is just moving around. Oh, excuse me. I did not mean to do that. That was rude. Anna is here saying, hey, was just looking while on my sprints. We will see you shortly because I'm sure some of us will pop over to your sprints. Kelly is here. Happy Easter, my friends. I'm taking a break from cleaning and baking. Looks like I get to catch the last sprint. Yes, and we've been quite chatty today, too. I don't normally go this long, so we've been quite chatty. But hopefully your cleaning and baking is going well, and hopefully your appointment went well. Sam says, gotta hop off and take care of the boy. Happy Zombie Jesus Day, all. Well, that's an interesting way to put it. I mean, I see where you're going with that. That's kind of funny. Molly says, happy Kelly, or hi Kelly, happy Easter Day. Molly says, and Alicia, they were blue chick peeps. The ones that you dipped in chocolate? That might be good. Molly Dot says hi to Anna and that her paper calendar is all filled in and she's going to get some food. Ooh, that is next on my agenda. Here is where I started to put in the links. I said for your sprinting pleasures. When we are done, check out these lovely people who are sprinting. So I put in Tula's Crafty Sprints. This is the Maker's Quest. I also put in Katie. She is sprinting. However, she typically ends around the same time I do. So double check, make sure she is still sprinting, or she could be done. Which is why I also have Anna's for Viking-a-thon and Princess Does, her channel. She is sprinting. And also Books with Brandy. I don't know. I think she might have just started doing Sundays. I don't know. I haven't seen her on the past couple of Sundays. So maybe this is a new day for sprinting or something. And Steph from Coffee Over Apples, that is her link. You can check out her sprints as well. Molly says, I got no productivity done. Same. Molly is laughing and says, thanks for sprint links. I did a bit of hopping. Nice. Kelly says, made it to page 251 of 546 in the Bone Shard Emperor. I just found my copy of that because I'm shifting my library again. And I think that one got moved up a shelf. Everything has been up and shifted and moved, and we're going through books again. But you are making progress. Is that halfway? Almost halfway? 550. You're almost halfway. If my math is correct. Ren says, didn't read that sprint, just watched YouTube shorts and popped into Anna's Viking-a-thon sprints. Thanks for sprints, Alicia. You're welcome, Ren. I know I'll see you around the interwebs. And Ren says, Kelly. And Kelly says, Ren. Molly says, Kelly, I finished The Collector and loved it. Put a review up on Amazon after they moderate it and should be on Goodreads too. Nice. Kelly says, that's so sweet, Molly. I'm so glad you liked it. Thank you for leaving a review. Yes, yes. Tula back for the last chatty bit. I'm just finishing off the second cuff on the baby, I guess that's cardigan or sweater. Nice. Christina says, chatted, watched Lunchtime with Eaglets. Got a bit of admin done, and now for having a snack, guac and purple corn chips. Ooh. Now I want to go. Now I want to go eat some chips and dip. I don't know if I have any. If I do, it would be the queso, not the guacamole. Yes? Can I help you? Hi. He laid on my lap earlier and furred up my shirt. Molly says, from Ralphie, thanks for taking Isis outside, Mama. Were you being scared by your sister? She's outside. And Christina says, hello, Kelly. Molly, peeps that my sister brought me. Oh, the blue ones. They were blue chicks. Ooh, I don't know if I've seen those. Maybe. I might have. But either way, she brought peeps. Kelly says, Christina. Christina is laughing from what Sam said, the zombie Jesus day. That is kind of funny. Christina says, thanks for hosting today. Alicia, have a beautiful day. You as well. Thanks for coming and hanging out with me today. And Christina says, remember to hydrate, feed thyself, check the laundry, take meds, stretch, and show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring that bell so you hopefully get notified. Yes, please, and thank you. Christina says, for more Sprinty Fun and Readathon info, Sprinting Spreadsheet, aka BookTube Bible, there is the link. Check it out. Be sure to do the tabs at the bottom because it shows every day of the month, who is sprinting and when. It is a perfect, fabulous, why didn't I think of it, addition to the BookTube community. It's amazing. Tula says, thanks for sharing the link. I appreciate the support. No problem. Of course. I'll probably be in the comments here in a little bit. Molly says, thanks for adminning to Christina. Double on Jen, writing something for class. Nice. Christina says, Brandy sprints when she can, mostly at night, so random. But she is a co-host for Read Your Library this month. Ooh, okay. I thought she had like a set schedule. She just kind of sprints whenever. Okay. I will remember that. Christina says, and for even more sprinty fun, check out these playlists. Here is the Craft With Me Live Maker's Quest Crafty and Productivity Sprint playlist. Check that out if you are wanting some crafty sprinting. And Vikingathon, Fires of the Reading Hall. Check out that one. There is the link for that. Christina says, read your library sprint trolley. Look at all of these creative like playlist things. I love this. So we have crafting, we have Vikingathon, we have read your library sprint trolley. Love it, love it. Check them all out. Christina says, you're most welcome, Molly, and I will get to May soon, trying to get April caught up. Nice. And we're only on day 5 of April. So you are making good progress. Molly says you added 2 more April readathons, I see. Oh, 2 more readathons. Christina says she used to do like Monday night or something, but it has been a bit. Gotcha. And Christina says they are all for sprints. I know the names may be confusing. For the playlists or the readathons? All I hear is giggling. Somebody is giggling. And Christina says, LOL, yes, they just got posted, Molly. Molly is laughing. Christina says the playlists. Gotcha. All right, I'm all caught up. I think we got it all under wraps, right? I gotta go find the source of the giggling. So I will end this here. I will say thank you for coming and hanging out with me today. Happy Easter if you guys celebrate. I hope to have some videos uploaded, scheduled, whichever, sometime soon. Not sure when, because you guys know I've been kind of slumping on most things. But we're going to try to take this week to get back on track. So, thanks for hanging out. I hope you guys have a good rest of your weekend and week ahead. I will see you guys around the interwebs and in the comments. And I will see you guys next time. Tomorrow for Morning Time Pirates on Kelly's channel. Also, we have Wednesday 100 Pages Book Club sprints for Pride and Prejudice. We'll be doing the second section. Oh, it's still going. It finished. Okay. I was like, what was that noise? Because I thought I turned it off. Nope. If you are reading Pride and Prejudice, we will be doing starting chapter 19 through 36, like to the end of chapter 35, the beginning of 36. So that is where we're at for that. Oh, sorry, Ralphie, I bumped him that time. And I will see you guys in the chats. Look at Christina. Put in tomorrow's time, pirates. There you go. Come hang out, do some writing or reading, whichever. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.